L0 of Ofbricht was first.
Loaf of bread. Or L0 of Ofbricht. You know, as is the correct way to pronounce your name, obviously. Open here. Open this. Easy first. Yo. Wahoo. Of course, yes. Yo, Quenter, thank you for the sub. Welcome back
Twitch
to the
baby
bunch.
Aloo.
Twitch of 9 months, indeed, the Twitch baby. The fully birthed Twitch baby. That's trying to make some sort of comment on that is just gonna sound weird. I don't think there's a good way to. Zemu, thank you for the sub. Welcome back to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. Inori, Coke Shaky. Alrighty. Hey, I'm on. Alright, shouldn't need too much practice. We're still pretty good from yesterday, but you know, just in case. A little bit of practice never hurts. I don't think I got a... Actually, I do think I ended last night with a perfect Ishin, but I think I messed up Ishin like twice or 3 times last night. Yo, what up, Squalor? Yo. I cursed you with a sub 29 run. No! Not the curse. Nice. Whoops. That was not the correct end, but it worked. Sleep has been ruined by playing too much Slay the Spire 2 with friends. Nice. I bought and downloaded Slay the Spire 2 today, just in case. If I get a PB real early into stream, and like, I lose focus to try for another PB, I might swap over to Slay the Spire 2 and check it out. Or if I just get so tired that I'm like, I can't do runs, but I want to keep streaming for a few more hours, I might swap over to Slay the Spire 2. We'll see. Oh, thanks for the good luck. Unfortunately, if I do, you'll get to see how much I do not know the meta of Slay the Spire. I have never been a good Slay the Spire player, but it is fun. The Spire 2 is so goated. Love this game so much. Heck yeah. I just try to get infinite builds where I can have all zero cost stuff that cycles itself. Why do I keep not doing the correct thing there? This is why we practice. I've just... blasted my brain so that I'm doing the wrong stuff. What do you feel like has been most difficult part of this run that's been tripping you up? Not really anything. It's like, I feel like I've been playing very well for what I know to do. So like, I don't really have an answer for that. I don't really have a part that's been like tripping me up. Maybe Centipede? In theory, like Emma dead angles I'm bad at, but like I've actually been pretty good at them in runs, I think. So, yeah, I don't know that there's any particular spot. Like, even when practicing, I kind of almost just feel like I'm keeping myself fresh on everything as opposed to, like, practicing something that I really need practice on because it's so hard. And saying that, you might think, oh, so you're like so good you could like get world record, right? And it's like, nope. I'm still somehow very, very far from world record. I mean, I could put in more difficult strats and then I would struggle. I could put in Gachinless Ogre, and then I'm sure I would struggle on that and have a bunch of resets to that due to my own skill issue. But for the strategies I'm using, they're all pretty easy, relatively. Best spot to farm XP, going for platinum, missing only the skills trophy. Go through and don't kill the ogre at night in the dojo down here. And then the best spot to farm is to spawn at that idol in the dojo, backstab the lone shadow guy that's up there. That's not a boss, just like an enemy lone shadow. Drop down onto the beam so that the ogre gets activated and the two guys start attacking it. And immediately start warping out, and during your warping out, the ogre will slam the guys that are attacking it, instantly killing them, giving you the experience as you are warping out, and then you repeat. It's pretty boring, but it gets the job done in a couple hours at most. To get all the XP you need to max out your skills. You do want to be on new game... whatever, you know, the highest you can reasonably get to, though. The higher new game plus you are, the faster it'll be. But of course, there's a trade-off. If it takes you an extra, you know, hour and a half to get another new game plus, it's probably not worth it compared to just farming for, you know, like 2 or 3 total hours. But if you're just on regular new game, going to at least new game +1 is probably going to save you a good bit of time. Uh-oh, we are in a weird spot. Yeah, this ain't great. There we go. New GDQ runs, I know you got it in you. Best of luck. Thank you. I mean, as far as world record goes, I don't have it in me. Probably. I don't have enough drive for that. Would it be possible if I did have the drive? Sure, it would just take me probably months to a year or two. I don't have the drive to spend months to a year or two. I do have the drive to spend probably a few more weeks getting, maybe a sub 29. That'd be cool. But I would have more drive for some of the other categories rather than this one. It's cool that this category is like very popular. So there's a lot of prestige in it, but otherwise it's not exactly my favorite category. It's fun, but not exactly my favorite. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Okay. And you can always go back and look back on the VOD or the video. You can just rewind it. That is a feature on Twitch now. At least if you're on desktop. I don't know if it works on mobile. Nice. Yo, good morning. Only for subs. Oh. Or if you have Twitch Turbo, question mark? I swear I can do it on all the channels I watch, and I don't think I'm subbed to every channel I watch. And I know you can always go back to the VOD, it's just slightly inconvenient to have to click to the VOD of the video that's currently playing. Hello. Where am I from? Near Seattle.
I can't wait until the sequel to this game comes out. Sekiro 2, Shadows Die Twice Squared.
Yeah, and that'll totally happen. I'm so glad that that's definitely happening, that they've confirmed it. But yo, Crimson! Thank you for the sub! Welcome back to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. Well, this is awkward. Not the worst thing. You ever feel guilty for killing Emma over and over? Nope. Not even a little bit. Oh, YouTube is better, also better bitrate. Yeah, but YouTube sucks horribly in 99% of all ways. It has 1% of things that are nice. The ease of going back in the VOD is nice. The potentially higher bitrate is nice, but doesn't really... It isn't really a thing, because if you're multi-streaming, setting 2 different bitrates for the 2 different streams is rare and weird to do. So that one doesn't really matter. The ease of going back in the player, though, is quite nice. The YouTube player is nice. Every other way, YouTube sucks to stream at. Like, just the ways that it sets itself up, the ways that moderation works, the way that connecting your stream to, like, connecting your broadcasting software to the stream sucks. Like... YouTube is so far behind in basically every single way, except they have a nice video player. Because they have a nice video player for videos. If they improved a lot of the other things for streaming, it could be really, really good, but... Right now, Twitch is still better in almost every way. Any chance check that holding sus messages option? I don't think so. I'm excited for Crimson Desert. No. I might play it, but I'm not excited for it. Ah, that's my bad. It looks like it could be fun. It also looks like there is a chance that it will be incredibly boring. A chance. It looks like there is a chance that the combat becomes very spammy and mindless and whatever, and I get super bored of it if I play it. Hopefully that's a very small chance, but... I think there's a good chance that it will be fun, but nothing exceptional. 7 to maybe 8 out of 10. Am I gonna do any Requiem runs? I don't think so. I mean, maybe. I would like to, but like I don't have a run that like I want to do. Like I feel like the level of skill for me would make sense just to do like an Insanity run. But like there's nothing that interesting with that. Like I like to be doing something that's like world class. Not necessarily world record #1. I'm okay with doing a speed run and just being top, you know, 10 or top 20 or something. But something more interesting than just, yeah, somebody playing the game normally could do this. Nice. But I'm not at the skill level right now to do anything more than that. I could learn. I could learn the speed run, and I'm pretty good at learning speed runs, but it would take a while, and I don't know that I want to. The speed run seems kind of annoying from what I've heard. So I don't know. I don't have a perfect run in mind for Requiem. That's the correct difficulty level for me, being bad at the game, while also being impressive enough that it makes me want to actually do it. And I don't know that that can exist, because I can't have a world-class run if I suck at the game. So I'm at a bit of an impasse. Really hoping it turns out good. There's a very good chance it lands on its face. Yeah. YouTube needs to add all the mobile app options to browser. Yeah, like it's weird that it doesn't have it on browser. If anything, browsers should just have more options, not less. Alright, kind of a bad end. There's some overwhelming options from Black Desert Online, like workers, etc., so we'll see. Nice, that works. Nice, nice. Getting more consistent at that. The jump deflect is so satisfying to watch. Yeah, we now have multiple jump deflects that we do in the fight. There's the jump deflect for the sweep, which almost feels pedestrian at this point because I've done enough. And then there's the jump double deflect on the fire move, and that one is like, mwah. Anime of a games always means at least a DLC. Cyberpunk cartoon DLC, Dragon's Dogma cartoon sequel, League cartoon. Is there really DLC from a League I mean, releasing champions, isn't that just they were gonna do that anyway? Or was there specific DLC from Arcane? DMC anime, surely a sequel any day now. Surely. So that means when the Sekiro anime comes out, surely that means we get a DLC, right? Have I ever played Red Dead Redemption 2? I have not. Oh, partial. Oh, come on, Ishin. And now we're in the snowy corner, which sucks. Honestly, not that bad. I'm sure they released Arcane skins. Okay, I guess that counts as a DLC. Can I finish Sekiro faster than episode 1? That's almost an idea. Nice. That's fast. I mean, risky. Risky because if he did a different move, I could have just died. But fast. Still to this day, I haven't watched a single adaptation of anything from video games, maybe aside from Pokemon. No Yu-Gi-Oh! No. Well, I guess Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a card game. I guess that's technically a little different. Most adaptations are pretty bad. A lot of the ones that are coming to mind are like, nah, you wouldn't need to watch that. Yeah. That makes sense. Cyberpunk Edgerunners was really good. Cyberpunk Edgerunners was really good, and Arcane, at least season 1, I haven't seen season 2, was really good. See, that's what got me in what should have been my PB run. There's apparently a bit of fire from this that extends way out here if you're next to the wall. If you're here, I don't think it hits you, but if you're here, it does. So that's something I need to be aware of. That one fire has a hitbox that extends way too far if you're next to the wall. I need to be aware of that. Oh, the misery. Every single person is my enemy. Invisible fire. Was that rumors or Elden Ring is actually getting a movie? I mean, it's rumors, but it's like semi-confirmed rumors, but at the same time, we also had it like officially confirmed that like Star Wars was like, we're doing like 8 more movies. We've got a this movie, and we've got a this movie, and we've got a this movie, and then quietly all of them got canceled without any announcement that they got canceled. So even officially announced things sometimes just get canceled. But we had it yeah, pretty well confirmed that they were at least in the process of starting to try to make an Elden Ring movie. Does not mean it will actually make it all the way through to the end. Ah, nice. There are a lot of people who hated season 1 of Last of Us. Really? I heard, I think, nothing but good stuff about season 1 of Last of Us. Season 2? Definitely heard some bad stuff. But, you know, was kind of inevitable. Aha! So Elden Ring got a movie officially announced, and the director is a huge fan of Elden Ring game. Yeah, so it is at least they are trying to make it. Does not guarantee that it will get fully made, but there is at least they are in the process of attempting to make an Elden Ring movie, which is cool. A Sekiro movie would go hard. I mean, there's a Sekiro anime that's coming out, so basically the same thing. Fallout show is peak? I have not seen that either. Can you stop dancing around? You literally backed off, attacked once, then backed off multiple more times. Shura Glitchless is not 2708. It is 2759 by Yuruka. Works. I should have done an R1 in the air. I forgot about it, but I did not get punished. A compilation series from various games. Huh. watching Fassbender's Assassin's Creed movie, couldn't get that far. That's fair. I should double check that beforehand. Yeah, no worries. Just that, yeah, that it would be like 30 seconds faster than his sum of best. That would be definitely not even close to possible with what we currently know. Whoa, that sucks. Ah, yeah. I think there were no pilots on Armored Core. That show was an exception. Oh yeah, Armored Cores do have pilots that we learned from Armored Core 6 that I played. Because, I mean, I didn't play any of the previous ones. Yeah, I keep messing that up. I keep turning back around too quickly, so she gets the block. Which is better than not turning around and dying, but... Really? Really? Okay. That kind of reminds you of with Orin, with how fast she is. Yeah, kind of similar. Bad. You see the poster of God of War series they're making? No, I did not. How do you discover new tech? Like, you see some interaction in the game and wonder if it could be extrapolated? It depends on the tech. I mean, it entirely depends. There's no one technique that finds all of the things in the game. I mean, aside from the general principle of try stuff and see what works. As far as how you get the idea for what to try to see if it works, you know, that can come from many different sources, but... Oh... In the end, it will always come down to having some sort of idea. Whoa! And giving it a try. Is there any difference between fighting Ishin Ashina, the normal white outfit version, and Sword Saint Ishin version regarding difficulty? Do you mean just Sword Saint Ishin's first phase, which is very similar? Or do you mean the entire Sword Saint Ishin, which has 2 additional, more difficult phases? Ah. It's that attack he's not supposed to do. Why is Laxacia so mean? Because it's faster. Bought Red Dead Redemption 2 and I'm installing it. Decided to play it. Nice. Seems like a game a lot of people like a lot. What's the techniques you often use to defeat him? Are they different? Yeah. They're a little different. If you want to see the specific techniques, you could look at like an Immortal Severance speedrun and compare it to what I'm doing here. You'll see that the way that they do their attacks and mortal draws and stuff are in slightly different ways. Nice. That's pretty good. Yo, thanks for the good luck on the runs. Keep having some difficulties. I keep getting a blocked hit on Emma. Wait, why did that not turn around? Okay. I didn't participate in the Sekiro Shura race a month ago in which Holm another participated. Correct, I did not participate in that. I was not in practice for that. As it started, I had not played Sekiro for months and months before that. I could have practiced for it and tried to compete in it, but had other stuff that I have been doing recently. I did commentate the finals, which was a lot of fun. Was able to still use my old knowledge to impart wisdom. but I was not skilled enough at the time to play. And I would not have won or come close. I would, if I got lucky, you know, maybe make like top 4 or something. Wormdog was way too good in that. Ah, my bad, my bad. I had a decent idea of, I saw what he was doing and I saw that I couldn't like jump right at him. I had to jump away, but then I jumped. Excuse me. Then I jumped back in too early. Got myself killed. Watching you during your work hour as you're also working. Technically working. You know, technically this is work. That is right. The easiest while also being some of the most fulfilling work you can do. But it has made me very lazy. I have a video idea that it only takes a couple hours to prep, and every day I keep putting it off actually prepping it and getting ready to make a video. But I need to make videos. Videos are like nobody is successful only on Twitch. Everybody is successful, at least in part because of YouTube. Except for me. I'm the one person who just, like, basically doesn't do YouTube. I mean, I stream on YouTube, but I don't really make videos, like... Hey, there we go. Hardly at all, and I should fix that. How long does it take you of practice to feel de-rusted in Sekiro? Depends on the goal. For like showing off a speed run, I don't know, a few days is probably fine. For competing in a speed run, where I need to be, you know, where I can't just go, oops, I messed everything up, but this shows you why it's really hard. Where I need to actually win and do everything perfectly, I don't know, probably weeks at least. We're all slacking off our job, so streamers slacking off on current production is pretty normal. Yeah, it's just... The point is not the, rating or the, you know, how I feel about it. Just the fact that I should be doing more, I have the time to do more, and if I did more, it would be very good and helpful. So it's just motivation as opposed to like, oh, I'm so lazy and whatever, like... Just... Okay, I recognize that it was the move he's not supposed to do. Good. It is reactable. It is reactable. More YouTube equals more money for you and more content for us. Exactly. Although, depending on the video, it might actually lose me money. Paying my editor, whatnot. But it's always going to be better in the long run. On the slacking off, doing it way too much. Yeah. And it's never healthy to like take that and be like, oh, because I've been slacking off, this says something bad about me and it's negative about me. And, you know, putting it into your own head of like, I'm, you know, bad in this way, whatever. But it is healthy to recognize, I have been slacking off. Would it be better if I didn't? Would there be, you know, improvements in these ways? Is there reasons that I should be doing it? Is there motivation I should be giving myself to get it done? Right? Focus on the positives of like, you know, if this is a problem, let's fix the problem, as opposed to the negatives of like, this says something about me. I love when my streamer is relatable. Uh-oh, we are heading towards the middle of the room. This is not where I want to be. Yeah, I had to circle around him, otherwise I was going to die to the fire in the middle, but then I couldn't deflect him because he was then aiming weird. I don't know what the fix is for that. I really don't. I don't think I have the reaction speed for that. It's tough, but doable. I mean, I'm already reacting to 2 things that can happen, so now I just have to react to 3 things that can happen instead. Which is, in theory, doable. Sucked. It's important to not be mean to oneself because it doesn't actually help, but goals are good. Yeah. I did get a little bit of work done on my video idea today, so... Ah, the snow height diff. Or maybe it's actually a distance diff. Maybe it's I'm too close to him because it's in the corner, but either way, the positioning diff. What's the video idea? Well, I wouldn't want to spoil it. I especially wouldn't want to spoil it if I end up not doing it and then I feel really bad. But I think I should be able to get it done in the next week or so. Well, assuming the schedule works out, because it's a multiple person thing. Assuming the scheduling works out to get everyone together to do it. I do have a solo video thought rumbling around in my head of just doing a solo archipelago of a few games together that I just think would be fun. like, it wouldn't be that, like, serious of a time. It would just be trying to figure out, you know, a few games in an archipelago together. That one I can say is an idea, because it's just... Do an archipelago is not exactly a, you know, unique, specific idea. Yeah. Brain malfunctioned. No slope memes in Sekiro. Backfire Giant Arena, by the way. Yeah. No, there is some slight slope memes. Height difference memes. Much less, but on zero. Okay. Woo! Box memes. You want a suggestion for a video idea? Guaranteed 100,000 views. How are you gonna guarantee the 100,000 views? Is this a formal guarantee I can get? 100,000 views or my editor fees refunded? $5'11" Wolf for 6-foot Ishin. Yep. To be honest, I think I have some pretty good ideas as well. I mean, I'm always open for more potential ideas. But, it's mostly just actually getting on them. A video recording day is just so different than a just regular stream day. I need to actually be prepared instead of just roll out of bed, press the go live button and go, hey guys, today we're doing the same thing we did yesterday. Try to set a PB. Why Sekiro is the hardest game of all time, guaranteed 100,000? You're talking a video essay. I have thought about doing video essay stuff. I don't know if I'd be any good at it. But yeah, video essay stuff is fun, but it takes a lot more work than, for example, the idea I had of I do an archipelago. Because what do I have to do for that? Okay, I have to get the archipelago set up, which is some tech stuff. But then I just stream myself playing an archipelago. And then I send it off to my editor to get edited down. Boom, video done. A video essay is writing out a script, recording it, getting background footage for everything I'm saying, making graphics for things. Like, it's several times more work. So if I have trouble with the easy stuff, I feel like doing the hard stuff would be even less likely to spontaneously happen. Nice. Insane clickbait. Video essay on what Dark Souls 2 is Peak Souls 2. Yeah, but it probably helps to do a video essay on something you actually believe. I feel like would probably be more successful. Morning. What a beggy. Haven't done runs yet. We've just started practicing. Penguin Zero is the Leon of YouTube. He can do whatever he wants. We wish to be like him. That's true. He can do a quote-unquote video essay, you know, review of something, just talking to his camera, and then just upload that as is, and, like, it's still interesting enough that people watch. Like, honestly, if anything, I could maybe do, like, a video essay on why parrying is the worst mechanic in video games. Parentheses, and deflecting is the best. Because that's something I actually have strong opinions on. Ah, just barely in the fire. Couldn't quite get out. Stop calling everything parry! What's the difference? Well, have you ever played a game called Elden Ring? If you've played a game called Elden Ring, have you ever used a shield that had a parry on it? That's a parry. And if you've ever played Elden Ring, have you ever used the deflecting hard tier from the DLC? That's a deflect. If you have not played a game called Elden Ring, you can try those out. Or you can try out a game called Lies of P. Their deflects are called perfect guards in Lies of P, but same thing. And their parries are specific Fable arts called guard parries. For example, one exists on the rapier. So you could start with the rapier class, and then you would immediately have access to both a deflect, a perfect guard, and a parry, a guard parry. And you can play with those two and feel the difference for yourself of what each of them feels like and does in the gameplay. Also, apple equals banana. Why stamina is a garbage mechanic and stop using it. I could also maybe do that. Oh, this is the scary RNG. Okay. Successful scary RNG. Hooray. You need to upgrade your clickbait to rage bait if you want to be successful on YouTube. I don't feel like anybody that rage baits that hard is that successful on YouTube. I feel like rage baiting is very successful on like Twitter. I don't think rage baiting is that successful on YouTube. I don't think that's the formula. How much faster is this scripted Ishin Phase 2 strat compared to the 3 Yash one? Like 5 seconds, maybe? Probably less on average, but maybe like can be 5 seconds if you get it like super perfect. You save a Yash pickup, which in itself is about a second. You save the time of using the Yash, which is a bit over a second. So that's already 2 seconds right there. And then the actual attacks that you do to kill him are faster, are better. So that's at least a couple seconds right there. So probably 4 seconds is like a low-end estimate for how much time you save. Nice. How'd you beat Blazing Bull? I reduced its HP to 0 while keeping my own HP above 0. Because people on Twitter are 10 times more miserable. True. Gotham Chess once raid baited the entire country and got some audience there. Did he? I don't think he did. Why Sekiro is better than Elden Ring and it's not even close? That sure would rile Twitter up. Would it? It might. People on Twitter be mad for a weather change. Yep. Oh, that's so sad. He did? How so? Kind of what I could do there from that once I missed the turnaround dead angle. Only been rage baited by Gotham Chess by virtue of his immense amount of normal clickbait. So what are you guys talking about with this Gotham Chess rage baited? What explain? I don't think I've watched his videos in a little bit, but I've watched a good amount of Gotham Chess. a pretty entertaining way to pretend like I sort of know anything about chess. Yeah, she just got too much distance on me. It felt like I should have been able to still hit her, but no, she was gone. Ah. It's just clickbait king doesn't rage bait. Right, I feel like that's, yeah, he just does there's a lot of good clickbait. Like that's all I've ever seen. I've seen one thing where people got mad at him because he, in some sort of statement, you know, he was like, you know, what's the word? I don't know. Talking about how the chess federation, you know, whatever governing bodies weren't doing a great job. He was like, nobody, you know, even knows when chess tournaments are happening or what's on the line or who's in them. You know, it's not. And he said something about like, you know, how most people get their, you know, chess news is through like me. And that's a bad thing. Like, you guys should do a better job of making things more accessible. And like, people got mad at him like, oh, you think you're so famous, you think you're so cool and good, and everyone gets their chess news through you. And it was like, no, I'm saying that's a bad thing. I'm saying that's how it is, and that's not how it should be. I'm not saying, look at me, I'm bragging about how famous I am. I'm saying, you guys are doing such a bad job that even me is where people come to get their news on chess. It's like, yeah, fair enough. Is that Fanta? It is not. It is, is this? That's the closest I've seen to, like, quote-unquote rage baiting. Was him calling out the chess governing bodies for doing a bad job. This would be so much worse without chess.com and guys like Levy and Hikaru and, of course, Goats and Moldson. Oh, wrong reaction. Correct idea, wrong reaction. Got 2 exams tomorrow. Do I grab a monster and thug it out, or call it a night and pray? Call it a night and pray. Don't. No praying needed. 100% getting sleep is better than pulling an all-nighter and trying to study. 99.9% of the time. The only exception is if you genuinely have already not studied at all, then a little bit of study is worth more than no study. But going from I've studied to I've studied and also pulled an all-nighter studying more, the amount of extra studying you get is very small, and the loss of performance from being tired and not in the right frame of mind is huge. So, go to sleep unless you're telling me you've got 2 exams tomorrow and you haven't done a single bit of studying for either of them. Then, yeah, try to cram and hopefully still try to get like 3 or 4 hours of sleep if possible. The main thing is, if you don't sleep at all, your studying can actually be fairly useless because your brain won't, like, be able to keep that information, even just to tomorrow into the exam. Your brain can be very, very bad at that. Whereas if you give it time to sleep, it can, you know, you can retain it better and pull it up, actually access it the next day better. Partial. I didn't react to it. That's the one that you really don't want to see. You have to react to by not jumping at all, but it's really hard. Because the other two, you both want to jump. Good advice, appreciate it. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as a teacher, that's a good thing to know because obviously you want your students to succeed, so you want to give your students the best advice that you can for how to succeed, because you don't... If you're a good teacher, the goal of a test is not to fail all your students, it is to succeed all your students with them actually knowing what you want them to know. Only ever pulled an all-nighter for papers, never for an exam. That's self-sabotage. Yeah, exactly. Pulling an all-nighter for an exam is something you do once, perform really badly on the exam, and vow to never do again. It's like a rite of passage that you have to go through, that you have to figure out, oh, this does not work. Oh, wow, I studied all this stuff and I can't remember any of it. Beautiful. There we go. I did used to teach, yes. Okay, let's move on. An hour a day of Ishin practice keeps the rust away. I managed to make Archipelago working and tried playing it together for a bit. It was super fun. Yeah, Archipelago is so cool. What an awesome technology that somebody thought of. Perfect phase 1. What did I teach? High school level math and science. I want to say thank you. It's great that the Ishin is like 20 minutes away from death by illness in this fight. Fight would be kind of funny if dodging him for 10 real life minutes he dies naturally. Nah, he's literally man too angry to die. He's gonna live just long enough to kick your butt. Okay. Played that as well as possible. Just got unlucky with him running away. Archie is amazing even solo, but being able to do it online is like the best thing. Yep. Whoa, why did that go online? Did I press go online? Shouldn't have. Huh. Weird. Ah, early. My bad. Checking network connectivity. What do you mean logging in, gathering data? Don't do that. Are you online mode? How long have you been online mode? Favorite field of math and field of science. For science, physics. For math, probably just like calculus. Why is my sensitivity suddenly? What happened? What is this, like a 1.04 save file that I loaded that was online? Logging in. What? I guess I'm loading a 1.04 save file. So I need to get past the main menu thing before I load it. Interesting. Okay. Sensitivity 1 is too low. Maybe the sensitivity wasn't a problem. Maybe 5 is correct. It feels high, but I do usually have the sensitivity high. Yeah, I think that might... Whatever. High school level of math is surprisingly really useful. Vector, graph, etc. during high school. You a better programmer, true. I mean, yeah, especially for programming, you need a good bit of math. I don't know why, the sensitivity just feels wrong. 1 is definitely too low, but this feels just a little too high. My muscle memory is getting thrown off here. Perfect. My mouse does have DPI buttons. Maybe I pressed one on accident. Maybe. I mean, it has DPI buttons, but I've put like all the DPI settings to like the same things. That was me. That was also me. Yeah, it only has 2 settings. 3000, which is what I normally have it at, which I know is a lot. But generally I go with high DPI, low sensitivity in games. And then it's got like a DPI shift thing that shifts it down to 500 that I use if I need like precise aim, but I don't need that in Sekiro, so things everywhere. Panic. So it's not the DPI. That I can definitely confirm. Yeah, it doesn't feel right though. Is there another file I could load to check the sensitivity I normally use? All bosses, mini bosses, I think is our most recent. Run that I used to do. Which is successfully offline, which is good. And that feels way more correct on the sensitivity. So what does this have it at? 3. Okay, 3 is my correct sensitivity. Okay, let me remake all of my files as needed. Play this game at 9, is that impressive? I guess? 3. Maybe I loaded the wrong save. Maybe I was loading the wrong save is maybe what happened. Offline, hold on. I'm gonna fully restart the game and check. Because now I reloaded the save with the game closed. I think I was loading the wrong save. I have multiple sets of saves that I've had over multiple different times that I've done runs. I think I might have just accidentally been loading a very old save. That was on the wrong settings. Yeah, offline. Yeah, 3. Okay, okay. I'm not going crazy. It was, in fact, the wrong sensitivity. Because I loaded the wrong save file. Glad I figured that out. This day you're flabbergasted by mouse and keyboard Sekiro? Why? ¿Por qué? Okay. About as good as I could get for that luck. Read yesterday, it's fine. His Sekiro movement is fluid. Yep. He's pretty good. Flabbergasted by Yuruka's insane text on controller. Yeah. I mean, I'm flabbergasted by all the top runners and how good they are at everything, regardless of control method. Oh, that was like no headshots. That was so bad. Skillish one, your part, no cap. I mean, I don't even know if it is. I think you probably just haven't tried it. You missed! Well, that sucks. I think even playing on, like, the DK bongos isn't that bad. Like, I mean, aside from the fact that there's, like, way too few buttons, but, like... Oh. I press button and thing happen? Oh. Whenever I want thing happen, I press button. It's something that if you've been gaming for a while is just very easy to get used to. Okay, not bad. As a keyboard and mouse player myself, I know what Wormdog is inputting, but I have no idea what's going on in half of Yuruka's runs. Well, that's also because he doesn't have, like, an input display. DK Bongos goated. Truly the premium control input method. Oh, terrible phase one. The NES laser scope, yep. Yeah, I could tell that was gonna be weird. I wasn't sure exactly how it was gonna be weird, but... It was just weird. Also, I just need to get the first phase back to being good. The second phase I still feel pretty comfortable with. The first phase I am messing up. There we go. phase one. They made phase 2 is so well known now. It's such a cool fake out. Yeah. I mean, if anybody ever is playing it for the first time, make sure you do not mention anything about 8. That was not a headshot. This is going to be bad. Yeah, yeah. And then got greedy to try to make up for it. Can you kill Ape without going to Divine Child first? Yes. Yes, you can. In the ending animation, you do not use Mortal Draw or the Mortal Blade at all. Which is why there's the double Ape fight. Didn't jump backwards. Honestly, it wasn't even that slow. For missing 2 headshots. Oh, that's not good. Still ended up as an okay phase 1. Is it crazy to say double ape was easier than normal ape? Yes, it is crazy to say that. And at the same time, it is true if you're doing any sort of speedrun strats. Yo, evening. Okay. Almost as good as I could do. Technically, I can turn that Mortal Draw to the right when I'm out of emblems, and according to Holm, it should hit him. Okay. I like that in Sekiro, you're able to explore all the paths and pick the bosses you want to defeat. You're not forced to only go a specific linear path. Yeah, it's kind of cool. I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with linear paths, but it's cool that there's branching options in Sekiro in the mid-game. That was way late. I didn't buffer that at all. I got very confused. I should have just not gone for that. Okay. What about those stuck at Ogre and haven't found Harada? Well, then there still is another option. Just because you haven't found the other option yet doesn't mean there isn't one. What about people that didn't notice you can walk by Tree Sentinel in Elden Ring? Just notice it. How does the delay on the first phase work? How do you mean delay? What delay on the first phase are you talking about? Count as a headshot. I really feel like it should have, but it did not. You will have to always greet Tree Sentinel when you meet him. True. Why this not working? Already killed more players than Tree Sentinel. That's certainly not true. It would be funny, though. Hey, get back here. Ah! 2 a.m. Taco Bell. Yum, yum. What last did you do when you're getting up from the first tiger? Ah, yeah, that. It's to let him raise his head a little bit so that it's actually hittable. Because if you just swing immediately, his head is like under his shoulder, I guess, so you just can't really hit it. There we go. So here I just wait till he picks his head up a little like that. You know, he kind of... It's also like a sideways. He goes from like having his head like down over here to like bringing it up over here. So you swing for here as he brings it up and you hit him. But only if you delay a little bit. Nice. Want to see something cool? Sure. Holy schmoly. Oh, 100 stream streak. That's pretty cool. How precise is the parry timing? Well, there's no parries in the game. There is deflections. Perfect guards, if you will. Do you have to be, like, dead on with it? It is within 1/5 of a second. So it's pretty precise, but humanly accomplishable. "12 frames at 60 frames per second. It is, it's hard, but it's, you know, it feels about right. It feels like if you got it, you got it. And if you don't got it, if you don't know, you're probably not gonna hit it, like, all the time. You'll still hit it sometimes, just through sort of random happenstance, but it's not so much that it feels like you just get it for free. Like, for example, the Executor in Night Rain. And it's not so strict that it feels like even if you're doing it almost perfectly, you don't get it anyway, like Liza P. I feel like it's a perfect middle ground. Of you have to know the enemy's moves, but once you know the enemy's moves, you can do it very well. Only game where deflect timing feels perfect, IMO. I agree. I think it feels perfect. It is just dialed in. I could see a game...
_15 redeem the coin flip and chooses heads.
Making it just a little bit more generous if you really did not want to have that hard of a game. But I feel like any more precise and it just becomes a little absurd. Yo. Gamba. Also, Boogie, thank you for the 14-cent super chat. I don't know if that's a conversion of currency or if it's 14 cents US. But, what's my next run? Just curious. I don't know. I have no planned next run. This is the currently only planned thing. Currently all I have planned is this. And, try to make some YouTube videos. "12 would be very hard if we didn't have insane blocking." That's true. It is... It's on that level of precise where it does feel precise, but it feels very learnable because they give you generous blocking even if you miss the deflect, so you can, like, hone in on it without getting, like, overly punished and killed instantly every time that you're off. Was that delayed, I guess? Kind of weird. Conversion, aha. I feel like it would probably sound better if my OBS did not auto-convert it. Could have had a perfect phase 1, but I thought I had it without needing the headshot. But I needed it. Alright, good enough. Let's move on. And 5 headshots is so insanely hard to me. I don't know how people do it so consistently. The arms are massive. They are, yeah. I don't know. There's one headshot that I don't know how to get consistently. It's the second one. The first one is pretty easy, right? You see him stand up, you aim for his head. But then once you hit him in the head, you're just in a spot where he, like, moves his head away from you and moves his shoulder in. He kind of, like, falls over sideways so that you're at his shoulder. And then you're supposed to, like, barely, in an uppercut motion, hit his head and not hit his shoulder. That one doesn't make any sense to me. The rest of them I don't find too hard, though. And that was not it. Good thing we practice. This game is awesome. This game is very awesome. And that's a partial, so that's not it either. Okay, I've done too late. I've done too early. I'm sure it's been tried, but curious if a block hit helps at all in that combo. You know, that's a good question. Yeah, I haven't tried it.
The result is tails.
I would assume it must not, because people don't do it. And I assume people would do it if it helped. Okay, that didn't quite work. Currently it's 0 for 3. Tails. Never fails. Should have gone with the never failing one. Partial. Right. It's right past that, like, gap in the floorboard is where
French
he actually sees you.
15 has been timed out for a week. 07 in the chat.
There's obvious stuff that took us years to find. That's fair. That's fair. Too late. Oh man, I hate this strat, but it's fast enough that it's worth it. Did you ever do this strat, Passy, when you were running? Okay, that worked. That was weird, but it worked. What flavor is the monster? Ultra Sunrise. Not as good as the purple or the green, but still pretty good. Well, like one runner doing Oculus at the time, you never tried. Ah. Man, if only I had actually run this category back in the day when you didn't need to do all the stupid stuff that kills every single run. I could have maybe actually been a good runner. Looks way more awkward than what you tried. Yeah. In theory, it shouldn't be that bad, but... Then in practice, it's always that bad. It seems to be all about just jumping at the right timing from the right spot, and then it's kind of easy. It's just very precise. And way more progress than most without recent you've come back. Probably. I mean, honestly, I don't know that I don't know that I feel like I've learned like that much for how quick I've come back or whatever, but I do feel like I've learned a lot for I've never been good at this category. This is not my category. I've never been a top like 20 runner of this category, like ever. So I do feel good about just how quickly I've been able to pick up a lot of the stuff just for never having been a top runner of this category. Ah. It was like almost right. Ukraine, you have another energy drink that you prefer more. I enjoy taking Monster time to time. Trying to use it too much, only when I need some energy really badly. Yeah, I've been so tired at my late night stream times. Because I haven't been sleeping well, that I feel like I kind of need it. So why is my nose running? And I'm actually sneezing. Don't tell me I'm actually getting sick. That would be really annoying. Anyway, 1 second. This one? No. Okay, there we go. I have nothing going on tomorrow, so you've mixed a Baja Blast with tequila. That surprisingly sounds like it would actually kind of work. There we go, that's good. My sleep get better? Not really. It always feels like I wake up and I feel so refreshed, and I probably slept for like 10 hours, and then I look at my phone and go, I went to bed this time, I woke up this time. Oh, I got 5 hours of sleep. That's not enough. So I'm definitely just accumulating sleep toll, but my body just won't cash it in. Very annoying. After a certain time, it's more good RNG and less perfect skill. Yes, and also no. Yes, it 100% is a lot of RNG. But if you think that Yuruka isn't way more skilled than I am, then, that's foolish. If you think Wormdog isn't way more skilled than I am, then that's foolish. If you, the top runners are top runners for a reason. They are better than the not top runners. At the end of the day, there is a lot of luck, but everybody will eventually get good enough luck to get a good run. If you are skilled enough. Garuka is the willing to do more toxic strats and practice them more than any other runner. Yeah. Like, this run at least does have a lot of skill expression and difficult strategies and backups that you need to know and micro adjustments in your movement and, like, all these little things that you don't think about, you don't notice that do make a big differences over the course of a run. As opposed to, like, the Elden Ring runs where, you know, it's point torrent in a direction and go that way. And then the boss fights are, I'm gonna do my scripted actions and pray that the enemy does the right moves, and then I'll get a perfect kill, and if not, then I'm kind of screwed. There's still definitely some of that with Sekiro, like Guardian Ape, I think, especially. But Elden Ring was, like, so luck dependent. Like, there's new strats that have been found since then, but I remember at the time that I stopped running 2 gods, it's because the world record had, like, a 1 in, like, 4,000 to get that good of luck on the bosses. And so it was like, I either had to find new strats, which people have found since then, or I had to do 4,000 runs to possibly get a run that could match it. And I was like, that's rough. That's rough. You need to hit the enemy with your sword in the right ways to go as fast as you can. Hope this helps. Thanks, Chris. That does help. I was gonna hit them in the wrong way. I thought that's how I was supposed to do it. And in Sekiro, it's true also that the world record is probably also a 1 in 1,000 or 2,000 or 4,000 or something. Like, it is really, really lucky. But even getting a, you know, 1 in 10 run, that's just, oh, that was pretty good luck. You could get pretty close to it that I'm not anywhere near right now. I've got a lot of stuff to learn in Sekiro. I did not feel like I had that much stuff to learn in Elden Ring. Oh, right. Forgot to do the backup. Any plans for all bosses runs? I mean, I've done all bosses runs in the past. I'll probably do more in the future at some point. They're fun runs, but no current plans. I know that I know not. Yes. Aww. I'm such helpful friends. Oh, yeah. Also, while Chris is here, it has made me think of, I feel like we should just do more archipelagos. Like I genuinely would not be opposed to us doing an archipelago every single week and just kind of rotating whose channel it gets put on. Each of us gets an archipelago, you know, video once every 6 weeks. Like, in fact, that almost seems like too little. It almost seems like we should be doing 2 a week. So that way, each of us can get an archipelago video every 3 weeks. Like, it's kind of infinite content. Yep, daily. How did that not land on his head? I'm just sending it in the chat because if I bring it up, everyone hates me. I've always been down. We could also do smaller archipelagos. It doesn't always have to be just a 6-person, you know, archipelago. Could find a way to make an interesting 2-person archipelago that maybe each of us has multiple games or something. I'm down. That way, you know, we're not bothering everyone with archipelago. Could switch games as well, but it's such a good idea. Of course, switch games. One thing that I think would be cool, but I don't think there are any games that necessarily work for it for me, is to genuinely get good. Not just like, oh, we're doing archipelagos of games we played when we were a kid. Like, this is a game that I speedrun, and I'm going to speedrun this archipelago, and you're going to have a game that you speedrun, and we're both going to, like, speedrun and grind our time down in this, you know, multi-game randomizer and try to get, like, a, you know, quote-unquote world record time. I think would be fun. I think that would be fun, but like, randomizer speedruns are cool. Why not randomizer speedruns with multiple games? We just need to find a game that I could do that for, since Sekiro and Elden Ring are not currently in the archipelago. GDQ Archipelago? See? Now you're thinking. I don't think they would go for that because I think it's too random. I don't think we could give them a guaranteed time estimate. But it would be really cool, though, wouldn't it? A DS123 Archipelago speedrun submitted to GDQ would kinda go crazy. Or Minecraft, Pokemon, Hollow Knight. I don't know. Like, you can do Minecraft. Yeah. I mean, I could get pretty good. I could probably learn, like, Hollow Knight speed strats and have that be my, like, speed archipelago game. I don't know how fast you could consistently do a Hollow Knight solo archipelago, but I imagine it's not too long. DS3 exists for archipelago. You could speedrun that. Could. I currently do not speedrun DS3. I'm currently very bad. I don't know the majority of the fights, how to fight them at all, let alone fast. Archie Hollow Knight speed is just knowing the map and getting around fast, which is a lot. DS3 Archie is kind of jank, honestly. Yeah. DS3 is the only run you gave up learning? That shit hard. That's what I thought, too. I wasn't sure if I was just being a baby, though, because I tried to learn it before Elden Ring came out, and I was like, do I just suck? Or is this, like, stupidly hard? Because I remember it just feeling so hard, and I was like, maybe I just suck at Souls games. And then Elden Ring came out, and I was good at Elden Ring speedrunning, and I was like, did I get better? Or is DS3 speedrunning just that much harder than, like, Elden Ring speedrunning? It would be fun to learn, though. DS3 is a run that it would be very fun to learn. I need to get better at DS1, 2, and 3 randomizers so that I can join in on when people are doing fun stuff with DS1, 2, and 3. Every time people are doing that, I'm like, oh, that sounds so fun. But I would just hold everyone back, drag everyone down, because I don't know any of them in any sort of professional capacity. It's no fun if you've got, you know, 3 people finishing the game in, you know, 2 to 3 hours, and 1 person just kind of casually playing through the game, stuck on a boss, you know, not even getting halfway through by the time everyone else is finished. Okay, that works. What makes Elden Ring easier to run, in my opinion? I don't know. I don't know. I didn't try to run DS3 for long enough to give you a full opinion, but my uninformed, uneducated opinion is DS3 was very established. So it, like, the strats were optimized. Like what it is for Sekiro right here. You see how, like, the strats for Sekiro get really hard at the world record level? But for DS3, it felt like all of the advice, all of the strats was basically, oh yeah, just learn this really hard world record level strat. And it's like, oh damn, is there like an easier version? Is there like some sort of, you know, way that I can make this easier on myself, that I can just do like a little baby version? Like in Sekiro, there's tons of baby strats for all the bosses. You can make this run so easy for a speed run. I mean, it's still Sekiro, it's still a hard game, but you can make this run so easy in comparison to the world record. And in DS3, it felt like all of the tutorials were like, oh yeah, so the easier version that you're gonna do is you're going to upgrade your weapon one more time, but you're still going to do all of the really hard strats. It's just you're going to kill the boss, you know, 2 hits earlier. And that's the easy version. And it's like, wait, but I still have to learn these ridiculous strafes, and I still have to learn this ridiculous, you know, you have to hit it 4 times exactly with just barely enough stamina, and if you miss, you die. Like, it still just felt like the advice was, oh yeah, just do the really hard strategies, but you'll have a little bit more life so you can survive a hit. So that's what it felt like to me. I don't know if that is the case, but that is what it felt like. Whereas Elden Ring is still kind of that, but Elden Ring was kind of just very easy, the world record strats. It was just random, but it was like very easy to perform. My favorite pizza topping? Meats. Just any and all meats. Bosses are way easier to manipulate in Elden Ring, I feel. Yeah. DS3 RT a few times in a public server. Really got to tinker with the settings. Can easily be a few-hour run if you really limit it. but then it skips most of the end game areas. Huh. Interesting. Hopper's pineapple. Okay, wait, this is kind of working for me. Oh yeah, as for an explanation of what Archipelago is, since I've been talking about it, it's a multi-game randomizer where each person's items can be shuffled into other people's games. So, if Sekiro was in the Archipelago, which it currently isn't, but if it was, then I could go over and grab this item, and instead of it being a pellet, instead, it could be Super Mario 64's Power Star. So I pick up this item, and all of a sudden, the Power Star count in Super Mario 64 goes up by 1. And then Mario gathers a star at the end of a stage, but instead of a star, it sends me the Mortal Blade. Etc., etc. Looking further right on the wall looks good. Yeah. It's right on the wall, but then it's like straight out from there, kind of closer to him, to make sure not to get a partial. And then it's, if I need to jump right in order to stay against the wall, it's making sure to drift left at the end of it to bonk on his head. Those are the sort of keys that I'm seeing. Actually started playing Archie with a Hopiak from the community. Inspired us. Yo. What up, copy? So jump right, but then drift left as I land. And it worked. Stay right, jump early, jump left. Assess your position. Jump directly back if you're not sure. If you're definitely too far left, then jump right. But if you jump right, then drift left. Which is a lot of things to say, but I think it's working for me. Start right. Jump to the left. Ah. A first failure of this strat. Which was probably just from the jumping right, was probably too far right. Nice. Guess I got a partial MD somewhere in there. What's the PB? It's on screen. Just write it on screen, yep. All good? What's a screen? It's a thing that keeps out bugs from getting into your house. Okay, well, whatever. We'll hope that strategy works for real runs. I'm gonna go for a run whenever I'm done practicing. Nice. Not nice. 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 There's a bug on my screen right now at top right. Ah. Wait a minute. This deeply offends me. Ah! The look up left is failing me. How could look up left fail me? There we go. You're sure gonna get this strat soon. Shura. Someone should make a Shura emote that's... It's the clueless face. But instead of just being, you know, with long hair and lipstick, it's like the Shura outfit from Sekiro. So he's got like the bloody cloth over his eye. Somebody should make that. That's a good idea. See? Now somebody's just got to make it. Somebody more talented at emote making than I. We'd probably have to name it like Shura Lee or something. So that it doesn't just pop up every time somebody's trying to ask, are you doing a Shura speedrun? There's this. Let's see. That's pretty bad. That's not. Oh, it's by Dev. I see. That's pretty that's something. Would it really be bad if it popped up whenever someone is asking about a Shura speedrun? Not really. It's just something I like to avoid. If it's one or two, you know, emotes in a channel that replace a word, it's not that bad. But I find it a little annoying when I can just type out a sentence, just normally typing out a sentence, and a third of my words are changed into emotes. I find it a little annoying. It's like, streamer has to, like, or the rest of chat, has to, like, translate all the emotes back into the words that I was actually typing out to get the meaning of the sentence that I was typing. You know? Like, for example, Parky, who obviously, great stream, Parky, but has, like, what is an emote? When is an emote? There is an emote. This is an emote. So if I just type, hey, Parky, what are you doing there? It's, I think the hey gets turned into an emote. Parky is Parky, luckily. The what gets changed into an emote. You may or may not be changed into an emote, I don't know. And then doing there gets changed into an emote. So it's like half of the entire sentence becomes emotes. And it's, you know, picture Parky, picture our picture doing picture. And it's like, oh boy. I don't have a problem if it's all of those, but they're weird spellings that you wouldn't do accidentally, but they're like, they're just all the letters in lowercase. Just becomes an emote. Wish I could disable emotes per word in 7TV globally. Yeah. So that's why I go a little above and beyond to try to make sure that you're not gonna type an emote accidentally. That's why it's like looking g with the capital G at the end. So that you still know that it's for looking, but you're not gonna type it accidentally as you just say, hey, I'm looking for a guide on this. Can you help me? I think it's also a capital L at the start. Look up. Is it not that? Do we have looking? Is that not? We don't have looking. What's the one that we have with the g at the end? Look up left. Listening? Is it listening? There's definitely one. Okay. Listening. There it is. That's the one I meant. Okay. We can't looking. I'm gonna do whole sentences and emotes, but on purpose. So different. Ah! Darn, got the well jump and then somehow didn't actually make it out of the well. Waiting is also one. That's true. That's true. Oh, do we now have looking? Nice, nice. Still got fooled once. Fool me once. Shame on you. Fool me twice. Won't get fooled again. Well, it didn't take so long to reset the run. But if you just start up the run again, it just gives you a really slow start. So you kind of have to fully restart the game, or you have to load a save in a different area. Both of which take time. That should have made it. Only 3 times. Still shame on you for taking advantage of a gullible man. True.
Hydrate.
Thank you for the hydrate. I needed that hydrate. I think that was the first hydrate, so I took a big old gulp.
Good luck, Mitch.
Thank you for the good luck. Let's well jump. How is it being so bad? Bubba. What? Why is it? It's Ba with a chainsaw? What is that? Why does it have a chainsaw? Need a chainsaw emote for RE9? Why Bubba? Is it like in RE4? The guy with the bag on his head that had the chainsaw was Bubba? Like B-U-B-B-A? Is that it? Strudge. Does Twitch audience more than YouTube? Well, I can't believe that didn't make it. I have to reset again. It can be sometimes easier to keep track of the Twitch stuff because there's a lot more Twitch messages, so it's easier for the Twitch chat to understand when there's parts of the context that has scrolled off screen. So the conversation tends to be easier for me to follow. Whereas the YouTube chat is a little bit, well, quite a bit less active. So there'll be one message that I miss because it'll get scrolled off screen. But YouTube chat will still see it on their screen, so assume I still have that context and say something related to that. But it's off my screen, so I can't, like, look back up and find it. So I'm just lost sometimes on the YouTube chatting. I'll out of context YouTube messages, I'm like, I don't understand, and I don't know how to respond. There we go. Like the message, frick the peace sign, let the chopper rain down on you. I don't know what that means, and I don't know how to respond to that. I don't know if that's in reference to something earlier that was said. I saw that message and I went, I don't have a response. I'm gonna ignore it. Because I don't know what that means. Hope Ape will not go the worst. I hope so too. Recently we have been pretty unlucky with the ape, but surely that means we're due for a good luck ape. Maybe YouTube and Twitch chat in split screen. It just would take annoying setup. Having them mixed together and responding in a timely manner, I think works. It just... every so often, if you don't understand that that's what I'm doing and you're on YouTube side, you can be like, he hates us. He didn't read my message. That didn't have enough context, so he couldn't understand what I was saying. Whereas on Twitch, I will often skip messages because I don't have enough context and I won't read what they're saying. But people will understand that because the Twitch chat is just going a little faster. So it's not really like changing it on my end would do that much. It's more just like... on YouTube, there needs to be an understanding that sometimes I'm just not going to know how to respond to a message, and so I'm going to skip it. And if there are 10 Twitch messages for every one YouTube message, then obviously 90% of what I respond to will be Twitch messages. Oh. Oh, why are these attacks missing? Oh, worst ogre of all time. For basically nothing done wrong, that was such a bad ogre. I mean, I say basically nothing done wrong, like, technically super perfect positioning wouldn't have missed, but... for no getting hit or getting in like a really bad spot where I have to dodge a bunch or anything like that. That's like the worst that ogre can go. He hates the chat. We should rise up and revolt. True. Don't expect a response on this platform, to be honest. That's fair. YouTube is often ignored by streamers. Just in general. Because it's hard to keep up with both YouTube and Twitch. So often it will just be, hey, if you want me to read your message, go to Twitch. I like to read both. Because just the more messages I have to respond to, the better for me. Way easier to be a streamer when you have a bunch of things to respond to. Way harder to be a streamer when you have to just pretend that somebody asked a question. So that I can start talking about a topic that I want to talk about. Loves to yap. Well, that's part of the job. It's being a good streamer is a lot about yapping. Yeah, YouTube chat is often the less attention given sibling. Yo. How did that miss? Honestly, ended up as an alright ogre. Not too great, but not too bad. I got some rest today. Unfortunately, no more than other days. And then I was actually trying to be productive today, so I didn't, just barely too early of a jump. So bonked. So I did not nap, so I'm pretty tired, but that's why I've got this energy drink here to hopefully get me through. If I do end up getting really tired where I don't feel like I can play the Sekiro speedrun well, my plan is to possibly switch over to Slay the Spire 2. Because I feel like I could play that more easily while being a little more zoning out, a little more unsure. Because if I zone out for a second and Slay the Spire, I mean, it's not like oh, all of a sudden I'm gonna lose the run. It's just like I just have to then zone back in and go, wait, what was I calculating? What was I figuring out? Since it's turn-based. This Spire's a goated chill game, yeah.
Bless
I
you.
did buy and install it. Tried it, but can't get into it. Fair. Deck builders are not for everyone. Roguelikes are not for everyone. Let's say the spy runs go for a couple hours just because you start one up and play it between doing things. Yep. That's the way to do it. The turn-based really lends itself to be able to do that. I don't like to stretch mine out over too long because I feel like I'll kind of forget what my build is, forget what I was doing, and like you kind of need to know what your build is aiming for to know how to play it correctly, but same thing with Balatro for me, where I'll come back to a Balatro run and I'll be like, what was I doing? What was I going for? How was I scaling? Was I scaling? He's not supposed to do the running grab. Unlucky. Could be worse, could be over on kick. Ugh. Could be much worse. Did I always play Sekiro with keyboard, or did I switch from controller? Always played it on keyboard. Very nice, very comfy to play on keyboard. Been trained by Isaac to sit around waiting for upwards of 20 minutes just to heal like 4 hearts of health on a good run. Wait, why does waiting heals you in Isaac? I did not know that. Speaking of Balatro, the stream was late today because I had to watch Adef on his first try of the day get Nan E Inf. Just pulled it off unseated. There's an item you can get that has a chance to heal half a heart every minute. Ah. It's an 8F Balatro stream. You did. He said it was his favorite stream he's done in a long while. So. I had to stick it out when I was like, he's getting it. This is the run. Why? Why did my attack go right through him, prompting me to turn more at him so that the next attack wouldn't miss, which caused him to do the grab from the side that he's not supposed to do with the hitbox that hit me that's not supposed to hit you. Man. What do you mean testing your patience? I saw the message in YouTube chat and also did not know how to respond. Shut down Windows. What do you want the computer to do? Shut down. No. Cancel. What? How did that get brought up? Windows trying to just shut down on me. What's my best time to finish Elden Ring glitchless? Like a 58? Or 56 or something? I don't remember. High 50s. It was under an hour, but it was not, like, close to the record. The record right now is at, like, 53 minutes or something?
Hydrate.
Or 52, maybe even? There's Sekiro going online, now Windows giving up. Yep. Aim to see the run, but I'm quitting. Well, I'm resetting because it is a speed run, so you need to get a good time. So If I lose a lot of time, then I can no longer get a good speed run, so I have to reset. I could, for practice, do a no reset run and just get a bad time just to practice the whole run, but I feel pretty in practice, so doesn't seem worth it right now. I mean, if I get a good start and then it dies, you know, over halfway through the run, I'll probably just finish it out, but you lose a bunch of time at the start, it just makes more sense to reset. Not bad. Want to beat the time in the future or do Two Gods run? I don't know about Two Gods. I don't have that strong of a opinion. Maybe I would. But as far as the glitchless any percent goes, I would like to beat that time, but there's two big obstacles to my desire to beat my own personal best in that category. Number one is that it's only fun as a category if I do the slower strat. The Bloodhound Fang route is pretty fun. The Death's Poker route is faster, but is not fun at all. So I either have to learn the faster route that's not fun and will involve a ridiculous amount of resetting, or I have to stick with the route that I like. Yeah, couldn't slide by him for some reason. But know that there is effectively 0% chance that I can get a good time that's anywhere close to world record. That's problem number one. Problem number two is the most recent time that I did glitchless any percent for Elden Ring. I got really good at it. I got back into it. I basically could PB on command while I was practicing for a live event. But I think we were like using a different timing method, so I couldn't just like submit it to speedrun.com. But I basically was PBing like every run. But then in the event itself, despite me playing really, really well, I got the most unlucky out of everyone and got eliminated way earlier than I should have, because I just got so unlucky in that category that it has left like a really bad taste in my mouth, because it's a category where if you get unlucky enough, there is literally nothing you can do to make it up, period. There's nothing you can do. And that happened to me. And so it has left a bad taste in my mouth that has made me not really want to go back to the category. Even though I kind of want to go back because I know I could beat my PB by probably like a minute or two. But even though I could easily get new times, it's like, but I'll know that I'm not optimal if I don't learn the new routes. And, it's really annoying to do a category that screws me over so often. One day I probably will go back to that category, but who knows. Half turn. These two people aren't real. Yo, Genso! Yo, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. Yo, hope the Bloodborne was good. Okay. Not the best start, but it's alright. World record? Did Genso get a world record? Yes? Yo, let's go! What category? What are we looking at? How big of a record are we talking? I don't know too much about Bloodborne speedrunning, but fill me in. Give me the deets. Have fun, yo, thanks. Can you cheese bosses and glitchless runs? Depends what you mean by cheese. You cannot use glitches to instant kill bosses. But you can hit enemies in ways where they aren't easily able to hit you back. Making the boss fights much easier and faster. As long as you're not, like, fully, like, glitch killing them. Not a bad ogre. The only thing that sucked was at the end, I had to walk around him. Ow. Any percent restricted. It's a fairly optimized category. Playing time over current record is pretty good. Let's go. Beat it by 3 seconds, but lost a chunk of time at the end to a mistake. So, are you gonna grind again to beat it without that mistake at the end? That works. Alright, successful double canyon. Probably, yeah, nice. What are the restrictions on restricted? I'm gonna assume that it's the same type of category as Sekiro, where restricted means most glitches are allowed, but not some particularly egregious ones, such as force quitting. Why do I keep misestimating what he's doing there? I used to have no problem with that. Decent enough. A wolf clip to go to Forbidden Woods early. There's also no infinite ammo cannon in restricted. So that really only applies to all bosses. Gotcha. No wolf clip. Is that just because everyone hates it? Or is it particularly way glitchier than other glitches used? Is it a restriction out of fun or a restriction out of, like, principle? Nice. Good go, Boo. It's got Sakura Dance on your PC save. Nice. Everyone hates it. It's an RNG skip that involves the wolf grabbing you a specific attack on a specific spot. That works. Every other run you do, get that RNG as a reset. Sometimes people go for 40 minutes, 1 hour to get that, to get past the first minute of the run. So it is out of fun. It's something that just runners hate. Gotcha. Makes sense. I have advocated that a glitch should be banned and restricted for basically the same reason, the double death blow glitch. Okay, good enough. I definitely lost a few seconds because I didn't get my right input before the jump, but only about as much as him shooting arrows. So now, as long as he doesn't shoot arrows, we should be fine. Well, just kidding, he shot arrows, so now we're losing a lot of time. Did you skip these bosses in these runs? You cannot skip any required bosses in Glitchless. Hey, double lightning at least. Oh, and we get to end on a deflect. That was a perfect final phase of Genny. We're still losing a lot of time because... Oh no, we're not even losing that. Oh, wow, that was so perfect of a Genny. It made up for the arrow and the missed front side dojo. The difference between good and bad luck on Genny can be so huge. You're talking about that cheese. Yeah, I figured that would be probably the question that you would have, that a lot of people have. Yeah, that is very firmly not a glitch. The Genichiro door dead angles. Oh, morning, Zoodle. You think it was a mistake not adding a dating sim inside Sekiro? Of course. Mistake not adding it everywhere. That felt like that didn't skip as fast as normal. Can't date sculptor. Is the goal a PB or world record? PB. World record would take months to potentially years of grinding to have any chance. Which I could do if I felt like it, but... I think I miscounted there. But I don't really have that much motivation to go for that long. I got other things to do. If all my friends were also grinding the same category, I would, you know, have more motivation for it. If Parky wanted to come back to Shura Glitchless. If Chris wanted to learn it. If Josh wanted to learn it more. It's fun to have some friendly competition, but the competition with the best people in the world that are, you know, have been doing this for years and years and are so far ahead of me is more daunting and less personal than like, oh, well, I've got to keep a better time than Parky, and she keeps getting better, so I got to get better too. This little maneuver is going to take us 51 years to grind. Yep. You don't need the best people in the world, you just need your friends, like all of us. Like all of you need friends, right? Not... Isn't it insane to save a whole minute from your PB? Like, how is that even possible? That's a great question that we've been trying to figure out for a long while. Because it seems impossible, but it must be possible because it's been done. We keep finding just tons and tons and tons of little tiny half-a-second time saves. And apparently there's enough of them that add up to somehow a minute. Well, also, there's a few strats I'm not doing that save a couple seconds each, etc. But it is still quite perplexing just how far off we are for doing very fast strats. Oh, almost gold. That's bad. Okay. Just need Centipede to cooperate now. Oh! Why that no work? No! Stupid of me. Oh, I actually had it, and I did an unnecessary risk. I'll finish out the run for practice, but damn, that sucks. We were still gonna be in the red no matter what because the strat for Centipede did not work, but we were only probably gonna be like 2 or 3 seconds in the red instead of 16. Gotchinless gun for it, that RNG. Yep. It's super RNG. By far the most RNG part of the run. You're back on YouTube. Hooray. Nice. Not exactly correct there. The hardest boss. Hardest boss down. Thank you for the blesses. That shot was so rare. No, the shots that I got hit by in Gunfort are actually not that rare. They're unfortunate, but they do happen. I'm used to just walking right by that. Maybe I can at least get an ape gold with a perfect phase 1 and 2. What? That was too early? Oh, that's so bad. Well, good thing this happens on an already dead run. How do you manage 4 ashes? Miss the death blow even with 6 ashes? You just have to do it quickly. For 4 ashes, you just have to do it. Very precisely and very quickly. Okay. Did well for the RNG I was given. I've played a MOBA before, but I'm quite addicted to Deadlock. You might need help. Oh no. Okay. Bit of a weird Emma. Woo! What an Ishin. In general, which category is harder to route? No-hitter speedrun? I mean, depends on what you mean. Both of them are very easy to get a route for. Gold! But finding the best route for a speedrun to get a really good time is really hard. And even just finding, like, good safety strats that are still pretty fast can be tough. And then hitless, it's like, what do you want? Hitless, it's like, you could route, you know, I want to take out all possible things. I want to, you know, I'll spend 10 extra minutes gathering 3 extra prosthetics so that I can avoid deflecting 1 attack. Or your route can basically just be, oh, I'm just going to kind of do the speed run and do it correctly and get all the deflects. So, got a lot of options for hitless. Speed run, yeah, you got to do it right. Hitless, you got a lot of options. All right. Am I going to participate in Deathless Randomizer League? No, I am not. I don't really enjoy Deathless Randomizer. I think that's a very bad combination. I would have done commentary for it, because even I would not let my biases, you know, bleed into the commentary for it. But apparently the commentators have been selected, and I don't know if there was a form to apply or something. I think I might have missed it. But I don't really want to participate. It's not something that I find to be very fun. I find it to be just very frustrating to have your runs end due to randomizer shenanigans that you can't control for. Oh, is it a watch party B-stream kind of thingy? I mean, that's just... If you're not an official restream, then you're kind of just stealing content. Like, I could ask Forza for permission to restream, but like, eh. If I'm not an official commentator, then I'll leave it to the official commentators. I'm sure they'll do a great job of it. Crowd control Deathless? Oh yeah, that would go great. Surely nobody would redeem kill player instantly. World record for this category is 27:59. Yep. Or look at the right side. While grappling after taking Akko before Gyobu fight. In theory, it makes them less likely to shoot you. At least that's what I've been told. I don't know if it works. I haven't really tested it out myself, but I've been told it makes them less likely to shoot you, so I've been doing it. In my very limited experience, I have still been shot while looking at them, and I still usually don't get shot even when not looking at them, but it does feel like a lot of the time that I get shot, I think back and I go, oh, I did forget to look at them. So getting shot does feel overrepresented with not looking at them. So I think it works. Acceptable. Him off. Tengu's ret quest you denied. Is this to shorten the dialogue, or is there some other benefit for speedrunning? As compared to what? You decline the quest because you don't want to do the quest. You don't want to kill the rat and come back. That would be very slow. And you talk to him at all because it's the only way to get him to move to the tower so that you can unlock the ability to do the monkeys and get the mortal blade. It's required to at least talk to progress him. Yep. Do I feel closer to sub 29 now? I mean, I'm as close as I've ever been. I don't feel like so close that any run is gonna get it. Like, I feel like any run could get like a 29-10, but sub 29, I don't see how it's possible right now. Obviously, it's possible. I just don't see how. What? How did he not stagger? That's a guaranteed stagger on that hit every time. What? That's so confusing. Classic Bad Ogre successful double canyon. The absolute classic. That quick grab has hyper armor? No. You can absolutely stagger him out of it. Happens all the time. The only move that I can tell that it has hyper armor is the elbow drop. I mean, I guess maybe it's possible that it has hyper armor. It's just at a short enough time. Oh my god, I'm so bad. Yeah, I mean, this is a reset. Salvageable? Nope. Not even close to salvageable. I mean, I'll just show how far behind we are, but we're probably like 15 or something. Oh, thanks for the good luck, Romonchi. I think I pretty much learned all the stuff that you showed me. I didn't do like the Emma openers or stuff, but... +9... I mean... There's like a 0.01% chance that it could PB, so I guess I'll keep going. There really is no point, but... if the stars aligned, we could PB by a tiny amount. Does the current world record take a slightly different route, or does it everything just does everything perfect? Slightly different route in a few places, but for not much difference. Like here, there's a route where you can go to the right that is 0.2 seconds faster if done perfectly. Unlucky. I don't think we're gonna have the stars aligned to have a perfect run here. A couple microseconds there still, probably. Horrible luck on Genny. Bruh. Is Canyon the biggest reset in the run? Yeah, probably. 9 seconds lost just to bad luck. It is... technically still possible to PB. I just need to gold everything. Just genuinely gold everything.
Legendary luck starts now.
Legendarily bad luck? Do the enemies not deflect if you're facing directly towards them while attacking? If you're not facing directly towards them while attacking. You have to be facing, like, away from them while attacking, but yes. That is correct. Ugh. 18 seconds behind our usual time warping out there. That doesn't usually happen. You do not usually get shot there. More unlucky time loss. Nice. Oh, I do know there is a micro thing here. Where instead of walking left like this, up the rock, I'm supposed to go right and jump up the rock. I don't know if that is any significant bit faster. All I know is that if you jump up the rock, it's possible to mess it up and lose a ton of time. I don't know if it's faster. Yeah, I think I timed it and didn't find any noticeable difference, but very hard to time things here. Yeah. What? Why did that not do the jump that I said? Not doing an R1 there throws off my timing so bad because I missed a deflect. It is now super over. Very, very, very not close to possible to PB. But I'm gonna keep going anyway. It was 100% happening now. Yeah. I just need to get 10 seconds of new golds. I just need to go all the way back from Kuro again. Yeah, no, now it's, Yeah, we chopped that up to the most unlucky run of all time. It is what it is. Some mistakes were made. A lot of luck was not had. Yo. Is Lies of P harder than Sekiro? Well, the perfect guard window is much shorter. I would probably say yes by a little, but they're close. Extremely small thing, but jumping to the stairs edge barrier there is slower than just running down to it. Right before monkeys. Okay. Running off of the roof of the building onto the railing is what you're saying. And then again, you still run up the railing and then jump off the railing to get a diagonal line. Okay. Same thing. Same thing. Wait, you drop off the railing or... Yes, you would agree with me that you still jump off of the railing. You fall onto the railing and jump off of the railing. Is this for world record? No. We are very far from world record. Do exactly what you said. Cool. Yes. Awesome. Just had to double check. Sekiro is the natural progression of Tenchu design with Soul's twist. I don't know that there's any hint of Tenchu left in Sekiro. Like, aside from it involving, you know, ninja and Japan and stuff like that. I don't know that, and I guess stealth. I feel like the actual execution of the game does not feel very Tenchu. Oh, he turned. Stealth mechanic, tools, and combat is surprisingly pretty similar. I'm not sure that I believe that, but not too similar, yeah. I'm not sure. I mean, I haven't played a lot of Tenchu, but I think I've played a Tenchu at some point. Wish the Witcher 4 would be close to Souls. Can only dream, I guess, yeah. The Souls combat formula is just kind of goated. But going for Souls combat is also risky because kind of the staple of Souls, you know, obviously is difficulty, which is going to naturally, some people are going to be like, whoa, I don't like that because it's too difficult. But also is built on simplicity. You can't wow an audience with flashy moves, you know, flashy, you know, cutscene combos, flashy, you know, and then you do the super cool, you know, slash 64 times and put your katana away while they explode, which is cool. You have to just rely on, like, really tight execution of the combat and the mechanics. So it's a lot harder to make appealing. 10 shoes? That's so many shoes. Which would be a Souls X Monster Hunter collab. Both are insanely good. Yeah. I don't know what you would really gain out of a collab. Like, the weapon, like, if you were like, oh, we'll have the weapons of Souls, it's like, I guess you could have Moonlight Greatsword, but otherwise there's not a lot of, like, iconic Souls weapons. It's mostly just semi-accurate historical weapons. Ah, there's a little bit of iconic armor from Dark Souls, but, like, it's still fairly generic as far as armors go. And, like, I don't know what from Monster Hunter you would put into Souls. Like, it doesn't... You could try to make it so you could, like, fight Rathalos in Elden Ring, but I don't know. That's my opinion on Neo 3. Loved it as a sucker at FromSoft games. You die 1,000 times. I thought it was fine. I thought it was, massively too over complicated for no reason that really dragged the combat down. But, you know, the core basics of the attacking and blocking and dodging and the boss fights and a lot of the enemies were pretty good. But I thought most of the mechanics in the game just dragged it down and made the game worse. So many item drops kind of sucked for you. Yep, that too. I thought the gear system sucked a lot. If you, like, I would say that if you asked me my opinion on almost any specific thing in Neo, I'd be like, oh, it was horrible. It was awful. With the exception of if you asked me, how are the levels? Oh, the levels were good. How are the bosses? Oh, the bosses were good. You know, how are the enemies? The enemies were good. Like, the most core important things in the game were good. But if you ask me, what did you think about the stance system? Awful. What did you think about the talent tree? Awful. What did you think about the key pulse? Awful. What did you, like, if you ask me almost any, like, specific thing, the armor system, awful. The upgrade system, awful. So there was a whole lot I hated about the game, but the most important things to get right, they got right. Did I like the waifus? There was literally one girl in the whole game, which I wasn't even 100% sure if that was correct until almost the end of the game. I thought there might have been multiple, but turns out no, just the one. Is Sekiro the greatest game from Activision ever published? Oh, definitely. Considering it's the greatest game of all time, that would guarantee that it's the greatest game Activision's ever published. You're 100 hours to beat Sekiro. Oh, wow. not supposed to do the running one, but you did it anyway. We'll take it. Elden Ring is on my second place or equal with Sekiro. Elden Ring is second place. It's still very, very, very good, but it's no Sekiro. Lords of the Fallen would like to have a word. True, that's the real greatest game of all time. Nice. Nice. DS3 is in second? No. I do like DS3 a lot, but I'd put Lies of P over DS3. You missed. Okay, that's a good Gyobu. What about Tetris? Tetris too hard. Rolling skill issue. Everything is a T-spin setup. Nice. If all of Lies of P was the same quality as the DLC, it'd be one of the greatest, definitely. I kind of think it is. I mean, the DLC is like, yeah, probably a little better on average, but like, I think the base game of Lies of P is also way, way up there in quality. What? How did you miss? Oh my god. Well, rip the run. I don't think I can come back from this. Yeah, there's just no way. There's just no way. Yeah, that sucks. How did he miss? Level design base game was disappointing. Oh, I thought the level design base game was good. I thought it was memorable. I thought it had good secrets to find, mysteries to uncover. Quests to quest. I lost like a second there due to that Kuro. It was like a 3/4 turn. On a half turn, you don't really lose time. On a full turn, you lose like 2 seconds. I lost like a second to a second and a half there to a most of the way turn. I should just reset, but... half turns bless the run. I don't think they do when they lose you that much time. Well, I guess this is a 3/4 turn, so it's not even a half turn. Okay, it lost way more time than I was expecting. That, I guess that was just a full turn. I guess it lost as much time as a full turn because even though he didn't turn all the way around, he took the extra time to turn. Okay, whatever. Lesbi level design kind of forced you to see most of the level by forcefully dropping you in certain spots. I guess. I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. The problem with Lies of P was I felt like I was being ganked constantly, like every corner or item pickup was guarded, had some sort of gank nearby. I didn't feel like that almost at all. I felt that like a tiny bit, I think in the very, very start of the game. I felt like they did that a little bit. And it was like, hey. That'd be the guys with the pokey stuff that would run at you with the pokey stuff. But I felt like throughout most of the game, I did not experience that. And even when they did ambush you a little, it felt like not so bad. Like it felt predictable enough, and it wasn't like you would just instantly die from it. It was not like Lords of the Fallen, where you'd be walking along, you'd look, and you'd be like, there's no enemies there. You'd start walking, they'd like bust through a wall and push you, which would make you instantly fall off a ledge and instantly die. And you'd go, I even looked to see if there was anything around a corner. No, you broke through a wall to do that, and it was an instant death. Cool. Lords of the Fallen felt like it would punish you for trying to actually look around corners and be smart and safe, whereas Lies of P felt like the few times that it would kind of ambush you, you could look around the corner, see it was coming, plan for it, and be fine. IMO. I mean, I'm even trying to think of, like, what times that even happened outside of the very start, and I'm kind of struggling to remember any. A lot of big groups, but they were spread out in Lies of P. Yeah, I never felt like... Okay, it's another 3/4 turn where he's turning away as I get to him, so it takes longer. Yeah, Lies of P, I never felt like truly surrounded and ganked. There were definitely places that had multiple enemies, but aside from just trying to run through and then getting stuck, it felt like I could take them on one at a time fairly easily. Oh, come on. I mean, all that aside, the reason I think Lies of P is so good is I think the combat system is just the second best combat system in a game after Sekiro. I think the guarding and perfect guarding system in Lies of P is basically perfect if the perfect guard window was just 12 frames instead of 9-ish. But the way that the block takes away your health, but then you can get it back by hitting the enemy, oh, beautiful. The way that you can get your final heal back if you run out of heals by damaging the enemy enough, so you can have your hero moment of like standing your ground despite being out of heals, getting your heal back, healing back up, and winning the fight. Beautiful. The mana resource being a bar that fills up as you attack the enemy or get perfect guards that you can spend. Beautiful. The stagger system where you need to do a heavy attack, slightly less beautiful, but at least interesting. I could maybe do with that system changing a bit, but one big beautiful combat system. And the weapon building system is incredible. Yep. Oh, half turn. Half turn that didn't lose that much time. The run is perhaps blessed. Lost like half a second. I feel like almost all the Lies of P bosses are very good. You have the awesome skill tree. Yeah, probably the best skill tree in a game I've ever seen. I'm generally not a fan of skill trees, but the Lies of P skill tree did make me excited to fill it out. Kazan bosses ran away too much. The mages? I kind of felt like, aside from one particular boss who does run away and try to channel while away from you and shield and all that, I kind of felt like even the mage bosses would teleport away from you, whatever, but then would like go back in while attacking you, so they ended up close and you could still get punishes. I didn't find them to be as annoying as, say, someone like Morgott in Elden Ring, who will just do a combo and then at the end of his combo jump away from you and stall away from you. And that's not even as bad as like the Elden Beast, which just runs away and stalls all the time. Okay. Could have had a better ogre if I trusted the stagger, but we had that previous attempt where he just didn't stagger, so. I do think the caster bosses in Kazan were definitely by far the weakest set of bosses in the game, but I still thought I'd rather have a caster in Kazan than a caster in Elden Ring, like Gideon. Aw. They give enough openings, yeah. I do think the Kazan bosses were better, but the Lies of P combat system was much better. So, which would I rather fight, a Kazan boss with the Kazan combat or a Lies of P boss with the Lies of P combat? It's kind of a toss-up. I really like them both a lot. But if I had the Kazan bosses with the Lies of P combat, oh, baby. Good ogre, so I missed Canyon, called it. Yep. Classic. Elemis also gives huge openings from speedrunning. He's annoying, but he always ends up close after a combo. No, he does not. There are some combos that he ends up close after, and there are many combos that he does not end up close after. I have absolutely seen him swim away, throw stuff at you while you run at him. You catch up to him. He swims away. He does the needles, so you have to just keep running. You don't get to hit him because if you hit him while the needles are coming, you just get hit. Swim away. Fire projectiles. You run up to him. And then finally do a move where he stays in place so you can hit him. I have absolutely seen him stall at least 3 times in a row where you don't get a punish. Or at least not a meaningful punish. I think as he's running, you can technically like hit him with 1 attack. Elemis can stall for quite a while if he wants to, yeah. I'm gonna have to most combos that are big openings. There are only big openings after 2 of his combos. There are I mean, maybe 3 if you count it a certain way. The only attacks of his that truly have big openings after are the ones where he uses his sword and no holy magic. Those ones you get big openings. Pretty much anything that involves his holy or nebula magic, there's not really gonna be a big opening. Arguably his fire breath, if you run behind him while he's doing it, you can get a big punish, but that only works if you're close enough to run behind him. In general, though, you're kind of just waiting out the fight until he does one of his regular sword attack combos. And then you're like, aha, now I can hit him. And outside of that, you're just kind of getting single hits in as he's swimming around places. Beautiful. Rings, positioning necessary. Yeah, technically, kind of. Are you gonna figure out that you're supposed to run to the opposite end of the arena casually when he does the rings? Probably not. So, I don't really count that. That's more of a, you know, speedrun thing. So if we're not allowing me to say he sucks because in the speedrun he's really annoying and he loses you a ton of time, then I also don't think you can say he's really good because if you're speedrunning him, you can stand in super specific spots that give you bigger punishes. I think you gotta have it one way or the other. Full casual, where you're just gonna run out of the ring, he's gonna appear way over there, and you're gonna be like, damn it, I gotta go chase him again. Or full speedrun, where you know when he does the rings, you can end up where he's at and hit him, but he's still gonna run away after. Grab? Grab? Which one is the grab? What does the grab look like? I can imagine what happens when you get grabbed, where you like are floating in the air in front of him and you get like stabbed a bunch or something and then you explode, I think. But I can't imagine how he actually grabs you. Does he reach out with his tiny little arms? Does he go, yeah? I actually can't picture that. I don't remember that. Fire breath, again, only if you're close enough to get behind him. If you are far from him, which you often are, outside of the very start of the fight, you don't get really any punish. Oftentimes you will just have to run in a direction that is not towards him. Otherwise you get hit by the fire. Explosion, they're is a punish after explosion if you run at where he's gonna end up. Which again, casually, you're probably just going to run out of the explosion and get no punish at all, because it's easier and closer. And you've repeated fire breath. So, I maintain my stance that casually, the only attack with a big punish is his regular attacks. Not that you can't hit him once or twice after some of those other ones, but that you're not going to get what feels like a worthwhile punish for how annoying he is. Big opening after you dodge the grab. Yeah, but I don't remember what the grab looks like. Does he do the grab if you stay near him? What? I can't picture a grab in my head. Nice. Michael Zaki gave Elden Beast legs and feet. They're not exactly vestigial. You see his legs and feet a lot of times on a lot of his attacks where he'll kind of stand up on two legs to do stuff. I think you can see it during like the fire breath. I think he goes on all fours when he does like the needles. I think there are several times where he kind of brings his body out of the water and you can see his feet. Sword stabs too, where he stabs the ground with the sword. Oh, there's very little punish with that one, I'm pretty sure. Because you can't, like, get around behind him during it. His tracking's way too good. Darn, could not circle him enough. I really thought it would. It felt good. He forms a ball in his hand and pushes it forward. That's the grab. Oh, that is the grab. Yeah, okay. There's a solid punish after that one. I'll give you that one. At the end, he does a 360 and one final stab, then you get the opening. Yeah, but the problem is his tracking is so good, and his sword is active before he even starts spinning around for the 360, that, like, you're just kind of running the whole time. You're out of stamina, and oftentimes you get clipped by the sword before he even swings around, because it's active when it shouldn't be. And so, like, casually, 99% of the time that he does that move, you're going to be healing instead of taking any punish. Because that move is stupid. You're going to just be out of stamina and forced to heal because you got clipped. There might technically be a punish, but I don't know that I've seen a casual player actually get the punish. Doesn't know what attack the grab is because he just dodges. I mean, kinda. I've probably been grabbed by Elden Beast fewer than 5 times ever, including casually. It's very easy to avoid. Elden Beast got a grab. See? It's... I always think of that more like the way that I think about like Estelle has a similar like push the cosmos at you move. But Estelle's leaves behind the like explodey stuff and isn't a grab. It will oftentimes just hit you with his elbow even though you rolled through it. Whereas Elden Beast is easy to actually avoid. As for speedrunning, he's annoying because he runs away, but for casual play, if you hold your ground, he gives plenty of openings. And my point is he doesn't. My point is that's not true. He gives the sword slashes and the grab that a casual player will actually get an opening for. And outside of that, as a casual player, you're just going to be running around and chasing. And backing off when he does moves that you don't fully understand. Maybe another way to put it is, I'm not sure if I've seen a casual player stagger Elden Beast. He's not that hard to stagger. But only if you find the openings, you know, enough that you don't let him recover his posture. And casually, I always see players just lose out on the potential for a stagger because he'll just run away enough and they won't find the openings to keep the pressure up to stagger him. Maybe I've seen it with like a really heavy weapon where they just like force it out, but I don't remember. Grab AoE is wide. Elden Star sucks. Elden Beast is kind of mid overall. But since he's the final boss, he sucks. Yes, I do judge him harsher as the final boss. It's... If he was not the final boss, you know... I could maybe be a little more forgiving. But the final of final bosses... that for most players playing casually... runs away and stalls and has ambiguous openings enough that you kind of just never stagger him. And just pray for the couple of good combos that you can easily avoid and get a punish. Bad boss. Might have with my Colossals in first playthrough in one of your attempts. Yeah, it's possible with Colossals for sure. Just get like 2 sword combos in a row and just hit him hard enough. That's the point of the boss though, isn't it? Elden Beast makes you think you gotta be running all the time, but the lesson is you don't have to. What? The lesson? The lesson of the boss running away from you all the time and spamming projectiles at you all the time from range is probably that you have to chase him. Like, I don't know that you can learn the lesson of, I don't actually have to chase him when he runs away and spams projectiles at me is a valid lesson to learn, because you do have to chase him. That is actually mandatory, in fact. Oh. Weird ogre, but we'll take it. But he comes back. Not as fast as if you chased him. You are better off chasing Elden Beast. So I don't know how the lesson could be that you're not supposed to chase when chasing is better and faster and leads to more openings. Okay, kinda bad ogre, so we get double canyon. Nice. Unfortunate end. Almost had a pretty good Yobu, and then the end was just kind of horrible. He just really, really wanted to run away. My favorite boss? Father Owl. Followed by Sword Saint Ishin. Followed by Genichiro. Followed by the 3 inner bosses. Which are those same 3. Yeah, pretty bad, Yobu. Followed by... maybe Guardian Ape, maybe True Monk. Oh no, actually sorry, followed by Ishin Ashina. Okay, I'm not sure how I got double hit there, and my block didn't happen, but it's fine. We'll just restart. It was a really bad Gyobu anyway. Greetings. Father, I don't mess with him. He's so good. Notice that you encounter lags already for a month while watching your stream. Sometimes the screen freezes for a second. Anyone know how to fix the issue? Yeah. Pay me enough money to move to a new house that doesn't have Comcast as my internet provider. It's on my end. My internet provider, Comcast, is awful, horrible, no good, rotten. And only provides temporary stability after I call them. Or more accurately, force my brother to call them because the bill is in his name. Under his account. Then they will temporarily provide me okay service. And then after like a week or a month after I've called them, it goes back to being crap. They just have the ability to make it good that they can turn on at any time. But unless you continually call them and complain, they just won't turn it on. Is what it seems like. And unfortunately, I can't threaten to leave because they know they have a monopoly in my neighborhood. My neighborhood does not get any other provider other than Comcast. In theory, we might have fiber in a few years. There's maybe a plan for fiber to get put in, but not anytime soon.
Good luck, Mitch.
Thank you for the good luck. Very good, Ogre. Ooh, almost a gold. Is it possible to beat the first battle with Genichiro? Yes. It is done in hitless runs. So that way you don't have to get hit by him. It's actually not even that hard. Like, if you have played through the game and beaten Genichiro normally on the tower, and you go back and you start a new game, you'll probably beat him in the tutorial. As long as you remember that you don't have Mikiri counter. So you have to dodge sideways to the attack to make sure it misses you. As long as you can do that, though, you'll probably win. Thought Monopoly was banned. It's banned, but they get around it by going, well, technically we're not a monopoly because while we're the only service provider in this neighborhood, what about that other neighborhood next door where a different company is the only provider? Now, within two neighborhoods, there are two providers. So that's not a monopoly. Except that each individual person only has one option. So for each individual person, it is effectively a monopoly. But they can argue to the judges, it's not a monopoly. There's other providers somewhat near the area. 3/4 turn. Oh. Or deflect the thrust. You can do that as well. Hasn't tried very hard to get you to sign up for their at-home internet when you activated your new fund today. Shut up real quick when we looked up our address. Yep. Yep. Because if we could do that, we probably would. You can also throttle speeds much lower than what is promised, and you can do nothing about it. Yep. They somehow can quote you the maximum speed instead of the minimum speed. In any other service, they'd tell you this is what you are going to get at a minimum. And for internet, they can somehow tell you, yeah, this is the most we'll give you, and we'll often give you less than that. Like, what? Like, imagine I was like, okay, I'll pay you to, you know, mow my lawn. I'd like it mown once a week, and, you know, I'll pay this amount. And they say, great. I will take that amount of money, and I will mow at most one time per week. And you go, wait, what do you mean? Like, oh, well, sometimes I'll mow once a week, and sometimes I won't mow that week. Well, then shouldn't I not have to pay the amount... the same amount on weeks you don't mow? No. You just always pay the same, and sometimes I'll give you what I promised, and sometimes I won't. The South Park episode. Oh no! What are you gonna do? Go somewhere else? Oh wait, there is nowhere else. Oh, barely made that. Ow. Bad ogre though. Yep. That's how it works. Bad ogre get double canyon every time. That's not good. That's... I think this is just a reset. I don't think this is possibly salvageable. I mean, it was a pretty good second phase, but that first phase was so horrible. So we'll see, but I'm pretty sure this is just a forced reset. Got him. My own housemate, breaking the rules, SMH. +5, I guess, is fine. History, not politics, no. I would say something like, oh, yeah, there was a policy in the 1970s or whatever, 80s? Reagan would be 80s? 90s? Whenever. That changed that caused, you know, this internet thing, whatever, is like, oh, that feels, yeah. Like an accurate telling of history. Oh, it's all Reagan's fault. Feels like a, you know. More of something that will get somebody to go, well, actually, it's not Reagan's fault. It's because... It just feels more like a starting of an argument as opposed to like a, just a, oh yeah, there was a law that was enacted in this year. You know what I mean? You may be entirely right, and it might be Reagan's fault. But He may have personally worked to make the law. It just... I don't know enough of history. So in general, it feels like the, like if somebody said, oh, it's all Joe Biden's fault, I'd be like, whoa, that sounds political. So just because it's further back doesn't necessarily mean that it's not, you know. You know what I mean? Alright. Most of the 80s, actually. Aha. One guy personally said his admin did something to weaken antitrust laws. That's just history. Fair, probably, but I'm not gonna look into it. Best concrete to ever concrete. Rome had that on lock. Very true. This is why we don't even talk even history politics. Yeah, it gets a little messy. It's like it just gets a little messy. Even when it's historical, it can just be, you know, something that can upset people. Can cause undue discussions and potential arguments that I just don't care for. I don't care. So I'd rather not talk about it at length, but now I have. So, oops. Most of the nobody was able to replicate it, or we don't know how to do it well anymore. Factoids are plain lies, to be honest. Yeah, I think we can remake it, but it's like the absorbing of water over time is what strengthened it or something. So if we made it now, it would take a while for it to get strengthened or something.
Hydrate.
Talk about why you don't want to talk about it at length. Yep. Thank you for the hydrate. And now I gotta talk about how I hate talking about how I don't want to talk about things, you know? It's the worst thing ever to talk about how I don't want to talk about those things. But I do love talking about how I don't want to talk about talking about those things. That's my favorite thing to do. Roberto. Oh, I forgot. Don't jump. Just drop. That sucks. Whew. How did the first person find that monkey there? By noticing the footsteps behind them. Yeah. All right. Just found out Donald Glover will be the voice of Yoshi. Yeah, not probably the casting choice I would have thought of. I mean, isn't all you're gonna go is Yoshi? Isn't that? That's all the Yoshi really says. I mean, I guess they're gonna make him a speaking role. Alright, we gotta save back time with no Gachin Gunfort. It has not worked out a single time yet, but this'll be the time. It did not work out. Rip the run. There's no coming back from this. Perfect centipede, too. Just gulge everything? You're right. Then I could get a 2920, which is only 1 second worse than our PB. If I just gold everything. Forge. A gunfork work this run could have gone differently. It could have. Am I planning another Sekiro bingo with Aggie? That was so much fun. I don't have any current plans for that. I would love to do more. With Aggie, with Josh, with Chris if you wanted to learn it, with Domo if you wanted to learn it. Two v2s. 1v2s if I'm just too good. Would love to do a lot more with it, but I don't know that anyone else is as interested in it as I am. Oh, that's bad. Not that it matters at this point because the run was already dead. But maybe I can finally get an ape gold worthy of actually being my gold. I can maybe finally get a good phase 1 and the correct phase 2. We'll see. Why do you finish a run when you know it's dead? For practice. Oh, missed a headshot. Horrible phase 1. We're not golding. You missed! Bosses are not good enough and miss, yep. If phase 1 is basically same everything, won't a macro be possible here if someone was cheating? There's way too much adjustment you need to do based on your positioning. A macro would probably fail every time. A macro would only work if you could start your positioning at exactly the same spot with exactly the same angle every time, which you can't do when you're running up to the ape like we are. So I would say that no, a macro would not help there. If somebody found a way to make a macro work, then yeah, we wouldn't really be able to know, but I do not believe that a macro is possible for Ape. Barely. You take the idol though? Well, then you'd be much slower. So you'd be losing a ton of time in order to try to use a macro that would not save you back the time. Gold. Unfortunately, the unlucky end, but I reacted to it, so I didn't die. But, not a fast Ishin because of it. The attack that he's not supposed to be able to do, but he definitely can do, so... I don't know why I thought he wasn't supposed to be able to do that, based on the information I was given. Because he definitely can just do that. And lose me 8 seconds. Wow, that's a lot of time loss for... I mean, lose me like 5, because 3 of that is like he has to give you perfect luck to save the extra 3 seconds. So like lose 5 seconds compared to the average. I'd say someone's not as skilled as you in going for top 50. I mean, you'd still... You can... With not that much effort, you can get a pretty fast 8. A much faster ape than grabbing an extra idol, sitting at it, having to travel and travel back, I guess, in order to get your position right, or having to use the homeward idol. Either way, you would also be so suspicious if you took an extra idol and used it to reset your position for absolutely no reason. No leaderboard moderator is gonna go, that looks legit, that looks normal. It'd be like, why would you do that? You'd be super suspicious and you would lose time even to a bad ape. You can have a bad phase 1 ape and it loses you like, I don't know, 3 or 4 seconds. Grabbing an extra idol loses you like 5 in itself, then warping back to it loses you another like 10. So, yeah, there's no possible way that a macro there would actually be helpful, I think. Oh, if you set the macro from the Riven Cave idol. Oh, and had it do all of the movement as well? I guess technically that might work. I don't know if there'd be any inconsistency. I don't know. But yeah, maybe. It might work. Oh, maybe. A bad ape is what my ex calls me. That was my nickname in high school. It's a lot of inputs, but I mean, technically, that might be possible. It could be technically possible to macro a lot of individual sections, but like a little bit of who cares. You can macro some easy movement to do the easy movement, and then you can macro the easy phase of ape to do the easy phase of ape. Like, you could. If you were found out, you'd still be banned. But I suppose it would be possible to. Sure. What about a macro for jumps like monkey skip? I guess that isn't difficult if you set it up a certain way with keyboard and mouse. Yeah, I mean, that would be helpful. It would be helpful there for sure. Because with a macro, you could get it every time. And something like Monkey Skip, that is an actual genuine advantage to hit that more often. All right, I think I'm a little tired. I think I'm gonna go to bed. We had a good night of runs. Unfortunately, no PB tonight, but what are you gonna do? Slightly shorter stream because I was so late to streaming because I had to watch 8F get Nan-E-Inf, but for the time that we had for our 5 hours, that was pretty good. Whom we rating? That is who we shall see. We got there's a lot of Let's raid. Oh, let's raid Regal. Who is doing the Dark Souls remastered permadeath rando with auto equip. That fun challenge that people have been going for. And by fun, I mean, it seems like not fun at all, but I believe in the whole Mibu village after Snake Eyes can be too. If you grapple to a point, your position is the same, right? Not your angle. Your position would be pretty close to the same, but the angle that you're looking at would be different, so the whole thing would fall apart. Only an idol would possibly have consistent enough angle and position. But yeah, thank you all for watching. Have a good night, or morning, or afternoon, or evening. Wherever in the world you all happen to be. And I will see you all later. Have a good one, everyone. Bye-bye.